gathered here this afternoon to have our Pawnee Business Council special meeting. The time is 4:20, and I'd like to call our meeting to order and ask Secretary Gardapi if we would render our opening invitation. And once we do that, we'll go ahead and grab some food to eat here.
Father, we come to you tonight, Lord, just to thank you for allowing us to get here tonight. Just pray that you watch over our Pawnee Business Council meeting tonight, Lord, that you continue to guide us in everything that we decide. Lord, I just had a special prayer for all our visitors tonight. Pray for the hands that prepare the food tonight, Lord. I pray you bless with all your offerings. Pray that we'll go wonderful, Lord. And I just pray for all traveling mercies, for anybody that came here and is on the way here, Lord, and protect them. Pray for all our sick travel members out there that you heal them, Lord. Pray for our military personnel and our veterans that you keep them safe tonight, Lord. All these things I pray in the Son of Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Thank you. George, if you could lead us through the field line since you offered the prayer, and I'd like to welcome our guests and have you all go and get in line. If you'll follow George through, and then we'll follow you all through the line here. And go ahead, go on up and lead our visitors
I probably won't eat.
to the food line there, please.
Tacos and I was like, tacos and running don't mix.
Yes, sir. You guys grab a, get in line.
But you can.
Yeah, we're right. On artificial audio. You know. People get it. I'm feeling like it's the page. You don't have the screen so that it's you don't want to. Oh, you got it. Oh, we're doing it. Yeah. See, they're in here. Look.
Hey mom, do you need me to get you? Yeah, I'll just have to come back and head it there. Oh, I'm coming in. I'm about to head that way.
Yeah, it's hard to see the one.
Jamie. Bias. Akawats.
Try to go this weekend. I'll have to see. I don't know yet.
Mr. Moore.
But
B.
We'll see me tomorrow. I'll have to look at it.
look over the schedule, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna see what she's doing. That place good. I just got it.
Watch your feet. Watch what you're poking on. Come on.
Come on.
Sweetie. Did you eat already?
I do. Thank you.
It's a, no, that's awesome. Oh, that's that. Yes.
Yeah, no, they started very kind of like really. What's his name? Strauss? He used to play for Toronto Blue Jays. You know, he plays for. Yeah. He was at. Stuff, so.
It's pretty cool when those people show up.
Yeah.
Need to get, need to get a pro to show up. Hey, Sam, be back.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Whenever they do.
Hey, you want cookie?
I do, Jamie.
I'm gonna mute the mic so you don't hear me chewing.
Okay, go ahead. Oh my, our chewing gum.
2020 Business Council quarterly meeting, the special meeting.
Oh, yes.
Okay, under approval of minutes, we're gonna remove number 5, the August 25th minutes, and we're also gonna remove number 12 and number 13, December 6th and December 19th minutes. We'll bring those forward later. Also under new business, number 9, Budget Committee Recommendation A, approval of 2023-4058 food distribution budget mod number 1. 9B would be discussion or action on the purchase of HVAC system. 9C is approval of 4078 education carryover budget. 9D is discussion or action PBC UINO membership renewal. And then 9E is approval to amend resolution number 2305 2023 travel budget extension. And then under executive session, we're going to add a number 2, discussion with TDC board chairman regarding contract update. Oh, sorry. And then also under executive session, we're going to add a number 3, discussion or action on proposed article of incorporation of it. And those are things. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, hold on.
As amended.
I see a hand is up. Donna, I'll recognize you.
Yes, we would like to move the discussion and our action on TDC lease out of executive session and put it in open session. That comes from the property committee.
Okay.
Tammy and I.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
We'll put that number 10 under new business.
Okay, so, any other changes, folks?
I'll second.
Thank you for that. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Pinero. Yes. Jordan Garvey, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
I'll vote yes.
Dean Evans.
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. So we do have our agenda and first item up is approval of minutes, and the first of those minutes is approval of PBC meeting minutes, June 10, 2022. And I believe these minutes are in our packet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Any discussion on the minutes, folks? Looking for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for June 10th, 2022.
I'll second. Thank you for that motion and for that second. Call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Pinero. Yes. Jordan Garvey, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
I'll vote yes.
Dean Evans.
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is the approval of PBC quarterly meeting minutes for August 6, 2022. Are there any comments on these minutes, folks?
I'll make a motion to approve the quarterly meeting minutes for August 6th, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll take it.
Thank you for that motion and for that second. Any further discussion on these minutes, folks?
On the top there, it has August 1st, 2022 at 1 p.m. Read on August 6th.
Oh,
On line 3, I'm sorry, line 3 of the minutes.
did yours say August?
It says August. I don't know, I was having older.
Oh, you mentioned the previous minute.
Oh, okay.
We did make some changes earlier today.
I guess that's why I need to get the hard copy out, then I'll be 2 pages in my orders. Okay, okay, I'm good.
Any further comment on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please. Mr. Secretary, if you would, please.
Jordan Pinero.
Yes.
George Garvey, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
I'll
Dean Evans.
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of PBC special meeting minutes of August 8, 2022. Are there any comments on these minutes, folks?
Make a motion to approve minutes for August 8th, 2022.
I'll second. Thank you for the motion, Councilwoman Butler, and second Councilman Evans. Call for the vote, please, sir.
John Canino,
Yes.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
I vote
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is the approval of PBC special meeting minutes for September 26, 2022. Any comments on these minutes, folks?
make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for August 23rd, 2022.
Thank you, Cynthia. Is there a second?
I'll take it.
Thank you for that, Secretary Gardapi. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canino,
Yes.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Abstain.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of PBC special meeting minutes for October 11, 2022.
Well, we're at September 26th. right?
Oh, are we? Okay. I stand corrected. September 22 or 26?
26.
Yes, 26. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for September 26th, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for that second, Dr. Evans. Any comment on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote if you would, please, sir.
Jordan Canino,
Yes.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Abstain.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of PBC special meeting minutes for October 11, 2022. Any comments on that, folks? Hearing none, calling for a motion, please.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you for that, sir. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Carol, for that. Any comments on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please. Mr. Director.
Jordan Canino,
Yes.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Abstain.
Donna Hare,
I vote
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. The motion carries. Next up is approval of PBC special meeting minutes, October 20, 2022.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for October 20th, 2022.
Second. Thank you for the motion and also for the second. Any further comments on the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canino,
Yes.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
I vote
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of PBC special meeting minutes of October 27th, 2022.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for October 27th, 2022. I second.
Thank you for that motion and the second. Folks, are there any comments on the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canino,
Abstain.
George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
I vote
Gene Evans,
Yes.
David Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of PBC quarterly meeting minutes of November 5, 2022. Any comments on these minutes, please?
make a motion to approve the quarterly meeting minutes for November 5th, 2022.
Second. Thank you for that, folks. We do have a motion and a second. Any comments, further comments on the motion, please? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Jordan Cameron,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
Thank you for that. Motion carries, council. Next item is approval of PBC special meeting minutes, November 10, 2022.
I'll make a motion to approve the special meeting minutes for November 10th, 2022.
President,
Yes, ma'am.
pardon me, I need to go back to the last quarterly meeting, November 5. And I'm looking at and that's why it's hesitant. I'm looking at the report here. And I would like to withdraw my approval on it. Because, the approval, if you go down to page number 9, it doesn't have my voting on any of the, from 11, 12, 13. My name is not on there as voting, and I was at that meeting.
Which item is that, Sammy?
It's, line number 380, 389, 398, 407. 424.
Would you like to make an amendment to include your votes on that, or?
I'd like that to be updated with my votes.
Okay, we could go back and,
Yeah, we can, I'll put it.
It's all right. This is one of the challenges of getting these late. So hopefully we'll be back in and be able to at least done timely.
Yeah, we plan to be one behind after we get caught up.
Thank you. So all of the voting that went from page number 9 up until the time that we would adjourn needs my voting in there.
okay, and you got that, Jamie? Thank you. So we'll make those conditions. Thank you. So where are we here? Were we on November 10th?
Yeah.
Okay, so next item is approval of the Business Council special meeting minutes for November 10, 2022. Oh, do we have a motion? I'm looking for a second, then I guess. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Cameron, yes. George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we're catching up on our meeting minutes, so that's good. I appreciate that, folks. Next up is the old business, and this pertains to a discussion and or action on Pawnee Evening Star MOU. And I just wanted to give a quick update on this. I believe that the council is fully apprised of both the Pawnee Evening Star Fund and this proposed MOU, which would establish a working relationship between the Pawnee Nation and the Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And we've had a lot of good, healthy discussions, about this MOU. And I want to thank the council for all of your input on this proposed MOU. I think that we had a good internal discussions and also discussions on the record regarding this proposed MOU. And the Pawnee Evening Star Board took those discussions into account and have proposed about 5 amendments to this MOU. And I think that I would like to see a motion this evening to just to throw on the table a motion to approve the MOU with these amendments to it. And I think that just recently, for the convenience of the council, we have provided a red line a version of the document just for everyone's convenience, so you could see the changes. But I think that these proposed amendments, they come with the approval of the Pawnee Evening Star Fund Board of Directors. Actually really strengthens this document, makes it, I think, more workable from the standpoint of the Pawnee Nation in terms of our relationship with this Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And I would just say that, I wanted to thank everyone for their input. I think that one thing is clear to me, and that is that we all agree that the Pawnee Nation is going to be needing some additional revenue from new sources in the near future. By that, I mean in the next 2 or 3 years, in order to keep the government at the same size and not have to downsize the government. And this Pawnee Evening Star Fund was established to assist the tribe in raising new money for Pawnee Nation projects and programs from the philanthropy community. That is private donors and also foundations and that sort of thing. And they feel the board, as you know, is composed currently. We have 9 members on this board, primarily Pawnee Nation fundraisers. Lucille Echohawk is the president.
Yeah.
Carly Hare is the treasurer. Yours truly sits on there as well as Scott Seibold. Everybody knows Scott. Marissa Page, who is Lisa Goldberg's daughter, a professional fundraiser as well. John Echohawk, who raises a lot of money for the Native American Rights Fund. Susan Feller, who is the president of the ACOM organization, a very good fundraiser in the area of museums, libraries, and archives. Gwen Shanatona. Recently, we added a virtual way to the board as well. And those are 9 members. And we have currently there's 10 members that would be that they the current bylaws, they can do up to 10 members here. And so these proposed amendments would be as follows, and I'll just briefly run through them. The first proposal that I would like to do here would be number 1. This MOU could be signed by anyone that the council wants to see signed. Currently, I had envisioned our executive director to sign it because she is in charge of daily operations, but actually it could be signed by me, it could be signed by our treasurer or anyone that the council would authorize to sign it on behalf of the nation. The second item would clarify in section 2, if you have your red line version there, that section refers to the Pawnee Evening Star's operation costs, and so there's language there that would clarify that. It would be up to 10% of any grant award to cover reasonable fundraising costs in raising those monies for the nation. The third item would be to address some control issues. And here we would propose adding a provision in the MOU that the Pawnee Evening Star would agree to amend its bylaws to include the sitting president and treasurer of the board on its board of directors. And I guess I would presume it would either be the sitting president or the sitting treasurer or their designees, their tribal government designees. And the intent there is to give this body some oversight in terms of, and also making sure that the interests of the Evening Star Fund and the nation are aligned in lockstep, because it does envision close working relationship, developing grants, and so on and so forth. The fourth proposal here would be that whenever the Evening Star Fund grant writers need a business council resolution for a given proposal that whenever that is required, that the proposal would undergo the standard internal tribal government review that we currently have for proposal review process prior to submitting it to the PBC for review and a supporting resolution. And then finally, we wanted to make sure that the treasurer's duties were not impinged upon in section 5 of the proposal. And so we added a language in there that under the direction and supervision of the Pawnee Business Council treasurer, the executive director would do such and such, with the incoming money and making sure that properly applied for the intended purposes and reporting all of this stuff, which typically falls to the ED anyway, but just to make sure that our treasurer is involved in that process, because she does have constitutional duties that she's responsible for. So I think that that would be the proposals, and as I say, I think that this will strengthen this document. What we're looking for here is to establish a really good working relationship between this Evening Star Fund and our nation as far as bringing in new revenue to the tribe to meet our budgetary needs for our funding for our programs and our projects. And as the council knows, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be needing some new money. And secondly, we've got a lot of new projects and programs. We're in a growth mode here. And I think that getting money from the philanthropy sources will help us in our budgetary needs, Matt, So this is a little bit different arrangement because it's an outside nonprofit, but we would have input through our president and our treasurer, as well as working along the lines of this MOU. And it's a little bit different from funding programs that we provide as a tribe. We currently give out grants and we exercise control over that because it's part of our government and we're responsible for that. It's the same way with Tiffany's division. They render assistance to tribal members, and that's done under the control of this body as well, because it is tribal money or federal money that we're, I guess, granting out in terms of assistance. So, but this document, I think, would establish a very sound and solid and workable relationship. So with that, looking for a motion.
President Eckhart,
Yes, please.
okay, we were to discuss this. We, as the council, had a meeting on this before, as President Eckhart explains. And at that time, I, as treasurer, completely disagreed with the entire legal setup of this offer here to sign this MOU, because as treasurer, I have read these documents over and over, and I understand some changes were made, and that the office of the treasurer and the president were added. They were not in there at all. In the first one, the treasurer and the Pawnee Business Council had absolutely no part of this, and there was lots of discussion. I felt it was not an employee's place to be making decisions with this amount of money, and that as oversight, I should have some say-so in it. So that was an option that was put in there to include the treasurer and the president. I will be voting no for this because it is not in the best interest of the Pawnee people. In the memorandum of understanding, we are to work together to advance respective missions. But my problem with this is that we as a Pawnee nation and our people should not fund an independent mission of an independent 501c3. In this arrangement, there is to be a 10% fee taken out of every amount of money that is collected. In the memorandum, it states that we as a Pawnee Nation Indian tribal government have in IRS codes, we are protected, we can raise funds. I believe that we should not be letting an independent organization use our name and our resources, our people's name, our tribe, our resources to go get money, deposit those funds in their account, the Pawnee Evening Star Fund, and re-gift it back to us. I do not think that this is good for the Pawnee Nation to get money for us not to have control of this. The way it is written, all decisions and it's in the MOU and in the articles. The two go together, the articles and the MOU. In here, there's an agreement that 10% of the money, whatever that amount of money is, will stay with the Pawnee Evening Star Fund to run the fund to go make money for us. And I'm just going to give an example here of how this could play out. Our vice president here has worked very hard to raise over 25 million now and in money for broadband services for the Pawnee Nation. More work is being done on that right now, and we have the opportunity to go into solar energy and geothermal, and eventually maybe even have a Pawnee Nation electric company. There is the potential, as we have discussed in the meetings, because we're applying with the grants ourselves. Pawnee Nation is raising this money ourselves. That could get up to potentially $50 million. 10% of $50 million is $5 million. That's 10%. If we were doing that with the Pawnee Evening Star Fund, they would get $5 million. Our tribe has very limited resources and very limited funds. Our total budget that we operate on as a government to serve our people is around 12 million. $5 million is almost half of what we operate on. To me, as treasurer, that's not good for our tribe. We should be doing this ourselves. That money should be going into our bank accounts. Another example is that the 10% covers the operating costs. In the articles, the board has all the voting power. Okay, so the treasurer and the president will be on there, but still the voting power, the control, the power is legally with the board. They are the majority. They control our money. We should not give our money over to another entity to control it. If something happened that we did not like what they were doing with our money, we could, as a treasurer and president, we could gripe about that all day long, but the vote and the power comes down to the voting membership on the board. That's the reality of it. We have no control in the Pawnee Business Council over money that is received in our name. And in the articles, it says that the directors can, as a group, elect officers. They can elect multiple officers. They can select many vice presidents, many secretaries, more than one treasurer. They can select committees and make committees and empower them to take our name and go to different places and raise money. So say there's some kind of conflict that arises and some kind of disagreement between Pawnee Evening Star Fund Board and the Pawnee Business Council, speaking for the Pawnee Nation. There is in here in this MOU a savings clause that says, well, if you don't disagree with our alignment, then there's a savings clause. That means go to court. Savings clause means you go to court. You have to pay a lot of money for attorneys, court fees, and so on. Say that happens. All of the Pawnee money is in the Pawnee Evening Star bank accounts. That board would have the money to go hire attorneys, many attorneys that they want to resolve this conflict. The Pawnee Business Council would have no money in our bank accounts. The other thing is, this board created their own mission, which we've got to agree that we're going to agree with everything on their mission. It's our money. Why should we fund somebody else's mission? It's just not good. It is not in the best interest of the Pawnee people. And I'm going to go back to the example that I used of the $30 to $50 million. $5 million could go into the Pawnee account and pay for what our people need. Our people need services, more services. We need to be able to get money into our accounts to pay for like dentures, glasses. Elders always need more money for their food. Every year in the budget, we have to look at those things. Our people need propane. They need lots of things just to survive day to day. We had no say-so in the priorities. We have to go with their priorities. So I just feel that in reading the articles, that legally we are bound to something that is not good for our Pawnee people. So I appreciate the board for coming forth these revisions in addition of the things that we asked to be put in there, but still we have no power and authority. This council will have no authority once that money goes in the Pawnee Star Fund. That is the reality. I know they have good thoughts. You know, we all love our culture, you know, all of that, but in reality, that is what we are doing. And I just said, we should not do this. It's not good, and it's not in the best interest of our Pawnee people.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate those comments. Council, are there any other comments?
I think, well, I'm going to vote yes on this, because I think these, individuals have all proved themselves as, what they want. They align with what.
How can you tell when it's on?
Hard part, and some things that we. Sovereignty. All of mine. Go forward. So my vote is going to be yes.
I'm sorry, she has to fix the audio. And when it's talking, it does.
It's not recording, we're video, no audio. Up until like about 4 minutes ago, so just pause. Take like a 5-minute break.
Hey ladies, I hear you, but I don't hear it on, I don't think YouTube.
Does it have to go in there? Is it the chords or what is it? It's the channels. It's fine. And just trying to get rid of static. We're trying to figure out which one it was. Which one it is. Making up the static. Can you hear it now? And Fumes is right here. Yeah, do is just try it. Would it be terrible to do that for this one? Till next one. For this one, you have to.
Yeah, please, yeah. If that didn't go on, we discuss it so our people could hear it. If that was not recorded, I want it put back on there again, and I will re-say what I said because I want the Pawnee people to know it. This is their money. This is our money, Pawnee people raised on our name and our tribe and our resources. A little bit, I can say it again, our Pawnee people need to hear this. I feel that it's that crucial. It is a bad decision for the best interest of our Pawnee people.
Stop the stream and reset it, okay? Okay, so what does that mean? That means we just need like 5 minutes. I need like 5 minutes to reset. Yeah, you have to like reset it. That's what the phrase. You mean shut down and come back on again? Yeah. Okay. Right. After that one. So why do you think it happened?
I have no, you know, it was weird. Last time it was, I don't know. We had, cause we tested it and it was fine. There was no static. And so then we started, instead of it picked up static from somewhere. So we had to go through. So let's restart. Yeah, we're gonna start. See the pictures. Cut off. Well, you should just start over. I would just start it. I would just start over. That way, you know, everything's there. Yes. You don't know it yet. Anything? It's like, I didn't use those.
We're gonna have to do something. What's something else we can do?
I had some really bad static earlier. I'm just trying to find out where I was there. Still static. What? Audio. So, I mean, like, all the other time. Oh, there's something else we can do where it's like on the Facebook or something. Um, Oh, yes, we need some more ideas of what we can do. Wait, some more. Okay. we can't get this in a different way. There's something nice to Yeah, I did have it on. Already. So I was gonna try and put 3 or 4 channels from the, see if it'll act right. Or some, yeah, I did an external. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what is working?
Just working. Every time you think you're ready, I swear it's one. Right? See that on the channel. And we're doing things and set up. You need to reboot this. I just saw it. It's phone name.
That's good.
No, it's full.
Hardware failure?
Huh?
Hardware?
I really tried. We pressed it, it was fine. Everything, they were like, that is, and we couldn't find it. And then now it won't recognize the setup. So I'm You see, this is a local. I can't. It's not on there. It's not on there. It's just static. Yeah. If it would be, but I don't think that usually you can see. Okay, go take test one more time. You read it? I was testing you. But it's not on those channels. Here's not even picking it up.
Testing.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I guess wasn't.
Was it working now?
As soon as I turn that on, like the signal, the signal. What's static? Mhm. And it's got all the right channels right here. The only thing I did different this time, nothing. I don't know what it's doing.
So is it working now or no?
What we're gonna have to do is, you want one of those guys to test? George? Yeah, George, to test. The only way we can do audio is for two.
Okay, so then, so what do we do for,
So people would have to turn off their audio on their own phone, on their phone.
Okay.
But what we could see, you could just turn off your video and talk it to your phone.
Okay.
And that would be the clearest, cleanest thing to see.
So everybody needs to get on Teams.
Get on their Teams on their phone and just use the audio from their phone, because I don't know what's going on with this, honestly.
Okay.
I really don't know. We have like audio, but I'm gonna have to go through and see why it's shorted or something. As soon as I tested one of these to see, all I did literally was just see if it was one of these that would cause it static, and I took it out, put it back in, and it just cut it off.
I think you gotta, you might have to just, you might just have to take it and unplug it and just let it go.
Yeah, they were touched before. They were working.
Because you, do you need a hard boot? Don't you need a hard boot?
Yeah. But that's what we can do. Our video. For everybody. Yeah, but it's still not making us good.
So,
Well, that's room audio. It's not, what's happening is like,
It's not
very
online. It's not transferring.
okay, so people need to pull up Teams on their phone.
Yeah.
Turn off the video and just use the audio. And then mute when they're not talking.
yeah, which one did you just to highest?
Channel 4, because that's what you're.
Okay, yeah, but it's got like too much, can you hear that? It calls like that. Okay, well, I mean, change that, whatever that feedback. And then we'll be fine. So the room, now we talk about the room audio.
Someone breathing or something?
That's fine. Yeah, these are fine.
That was good.
Okay, so then. On the pull it up on the phone.
You can hear.
Yeah.
And I think once you unplug it, once you guys do just a complete hard boot, it'll be okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. You know, everything that-
And so we all been on Teams? Okay.
Okay, what was on with that? And then
Plugging other computers in.
Or their phones.
Back to the old way.
Oh, no.
Testing, testing.
Oh, man.
Mike on.
Yep, so now.
Okay, so now it's
It'll be on.
Let's do a test. Can you guys hear us?
I can. James can.
Ella says all she hears is.
Test, test.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Testing.
Okay. Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Check, check. Test.
James, can you say something? Or somebody on
Yeah.
Teams?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me? I'm on. Hello?
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
This is
The worst. The worst.
Test, test.
Yes,
Well, I'll go
yes,
back
this is
home and
James.
do them on-
see, I can see they're both talking, but we can't hear anything.
I can see it right there too. That's right there. You should be able to hear it.
Well, pretty much everything.
Oh my gosh.
Have we lost everybody?
I don't know. The only thing I can do is set it back up the way it was before and see if it works.
Where's that sound from? Is it over there? I heard someone talking.
And you're James?
James, are you talking?
Yeah, yes, I am. Yes,
Yeah, I can see him. He's someone's saying something.
Yeah, James was speaking.
yeah.
That's the only thing that's going through right now, the audio. is like, that's- I've been. Beacon sign. Make sure. So I'm gonna write time, just make sure. Wait, so many times, try.
Testing. Hello?
We're gonna go. Bring up. This is- I don't even know.
What to do. Well, let's restart everything. And don't get upset, because I know part of my too, just not able to think clearly. Can't we just, tape it like this and and we're gonna have to use this. Odd audience will be able to hear. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 If they held the mic, get the, with the microphone, okay, work with the other teams, or that needs to run. Put a laptop. Right. 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 So is it? Yes.
That live stream in general, just do it all in person and then just record it and post it later. And it's like 6:29.
Yeah.
6:15.
But say, well, that's what we're saying, if we can just do it routine, and just put a laptop at each table. And just get a team meeting.
So, I mean, I guess we can do that while we just.
I don't know how else to have this, the visitors be able to hear what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure that. We can still do the mics in here, but just not posted. And we can, because that's what we had to do with one of our meetings. We were having technical
Okay.
issues. We didn't,
So
we
can
weren't
we do
able to
that?
record and post. Are we able to just record the sound and post it later?
I think it sounds.
Or all that?
Like, it's weird, usually they'll just show it on here. Output on YouTube, but now it's not recognizing system. Okay, so let's just do we have two laptops? Can we do another laptop over there and just do two laptops? And one for each table, go on the Teams, record and let's go.
Well, we're recording now. We've been recording.
Okay, so can we use one laptop? Each table? Because I just want to make sure that the visitors can hear what's being said. And that we can take what they're saying.
When you see visitors, you mean
People,
present?
yeah, but in-person visitors can hear what's being said in the building.
If we just have the sound in here,
But the sound's not working. What you saying?
in the building, it's not working.
No, the sound of the building,
I would just do it in the
the sound,
building.
the sound that goes from Teams up there isn't going to human. So I'm restarting it. See, what we can do is put like laptops on the table.
So that way they can hear James talking
Yeah, right.
or someone
Right,
else's.
right.
Okay.
Right.
We put some on Facebook that says there would.
I would just say we're not doing any live streaming. If you'd like to join, send your information to Jamie
Okay, I
and we'll,
can update.
and we'll
Yeah,
give you
just
a virtual invite and then we'll go from
IT.
there. Sure. So what other computers are we gonna put on tables in?
It's IT. And this one's on Teams on.
So then what's the,
Hold on, let me get,
Just tell them to come over here and talk. You got a chair.
I have to use my laptop.
I got mine. I think it's mine too.
Nice.
There's one heard out too. We can ask them to join on their phones. If I send them the number or the link, ask them to call in and show them how to do it. Okay. Yep.
And
And the people here, they can sit right there.
each table will need a way to get it on there. We had to get a laptop for each table. Okay, so we're not gonna do any audio anymore. We're just gonna do straight Teams.
Yeah.
Is Teams gonna show up on there? Okay, so we're just hearing audio from our phones now, not from above.
So we're having.
Okay, okay.
So I can do it. We're gonna go on to desk, so that will be recorded. Once they're getting.
Yeah, well, everybody here will want to be able to say something. That's why they always come here. Okay, so no sound will be over.
You can't.
It's just gonna be on their devices, right?
So the only thing-
Okay.
Listen to James. Yes, once we get everything on back up and we'll get started. No, you can keep it. I'm gonna go find your list.
Yeah.
Right. And those are kind of steps. You want to call it or do you want to? Suggest you just have one phone, because I don't know if you're going to pick it in her phone, then you'll be right. Whatever you guys decide is. As a meeting.
Okay. So then when the tables are all set, then you're ready to go. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, can't hit a bumper, then probably.
Yeah.
Trying to trick my kids, they come down. Wrap it around. You want me to just email it to you? Oh. Yeah, okay. You'll focus on that. You can attach this thing. If I didn't have you. Yeah.
This one. I have one that's all pretty. Really important. Jennifer, they'll be able to hear it, right? They're turning their audio on. So then you have the time. You get your.
Now you'll hear everyone's phone volume.
No.
I don't want to. It's going to hear echo.
Oh.
What? Testing. Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, George.
Oh, you mean just like, so you guys can hear us?
Yeah, so you'll
I think you guys should just move right up to our tables.
Hello.
sounds good.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin. If you're not speaking, please keep your machine on mute.
Oh, it was just not so.
Okay, we're ready to resume. Okay, we're back on the air here and we'll go to Carol, to Sammy, and then Cynthia.
Jamie?
Carol, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay, all right. I will start over again. We were talking about the discussion and or action on the Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And we were cut off, so I'll just kind of go back and review and try not to take too much time. But I will say that this has been on our table a long time, the Pawnee Business Council. We've had a lot of meetings over it. We've had a lot of discussion. And back in 2020, during the COVID epidemic, we did have a COVID committee. And when we all began office, there were several committees that were formed, and there was a fundraising committee formed. And all of the people that are mentioned on this board were on that particular fundraising committee. And that fundraising committee did not raise any funds, so they transferred it into a Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And during COVID, they requested, I think it was $250,000 as startup money for the Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And it was tabled, and since it has not been able to receive any tribal funding as startup funds. And now it is now made a private 501c3. It has come to the council as a memorandum of understanding, asking us to enter into a binding legal agreement. And the council has met several times on this Pawnee Evening Star Fund. There are a lot of documents, legal documents associated with it. I will start off by saying that in our previous meeting, I totally disagree. As treasurer, I will vote no because I totally disagree with this memorandum of understanding with the Pawnee Evening Star Fund and the entire relationship, because I do not believe that it is in the best interest of the people and the Pawnee Nation. This memorandum of understanding has many whereases in it, and I won't go over all of the whereases, but I will just kind of hit the points that concern me. Right at the start of the memorandum of understanding, it says that this is to establish general principles and a framework for a working relationship between the two signatory entities and describe how they will collaborate and support each other to advance their respective missions. The Pawnee Nation, this is not their fund. We had no say-so in their respective mission. We are being asked to agree to put our money into their fund for their mission. I do not believe that we should fund an independent mission of an independent 501c3. We as Pawnee people are going to be, let me go to the next whereas before I say that. So I'm going to skip a couple here. And so the third whereas says, whereas the nation qualifies as an Indian tribal government within the meaning of section 7871A of the Internal Revenue Code, which grants treatment as a state for purposes of charitable contributions, gifts, and associated federal income tax benefits and deductions. Okay, what we will be doing here is allowing the Pawnee Evening Star Fund to use our government to qualify for these IRS codes for charitable contributions. The next whereas it says under its 7871 status, the nation can receive donations, gifts, and contributions from donors, set aside and segregate those donations in its financial records, and earmark those funds for the intended purposes and uses of the donor. Okay, these donations that will be received in the name of the Pawnee Nation will be put in the Pawnee Evening Star account, not the accounts of the Pawnee Nation. The funds will be earmarked, but they are earmarked according to what the Pawnee Evening Star Board has selected as their mission. The Pawnee Nation has not. Whereas, is it number 5? Whereas the nation's executive director leads day-to-day governmental operations in the established chain of command across the government and is responsible to ensure that the tribal funds for programs and projects are properly spent for intended purposes that are earmarked by the nation. Okay, so the Pawnee Evening Star Board met and they did address the concerns that I had requested. And that is that the Pawnee Nation treasurer had absolutely nowhere been listed legally in oversight of any of these funds. It was instead the executive director. So what they added was they added the treasurer and the president. That is not sufficient for me. I do not believe that this is good for the Pawnee Nation and in the best interest of the Pawnee people, because the power and the control is in the board, the voting board. This is governed by a majority vote of the board. Even if the president and the treasurer sitting from any council are on there, they're still outvoted. If they have a disagreement with what is going on inside the fund, and they can gripe and yell all day long, but they have no legal authority. They do not control the votes. The votes are still a majority of the board, which we did not pick or have any say so over who got put on the board. So that is our money that's in the accounts. We're going to agree to put our Pawnee money, use our name, put our money in there, give it to them, and then we have to ask for it back. It's called regifting. And I do not think that we should be doing this. This is not in the best interest of the Pawnee Nation and our people. Okay, on the number 7 of whereas, it's pretty long. At the end, it talks about the receiving contribution, gifts, or property, making charitable contributions of those assets to organizations or subdivisions within or aligned with the Pawnee Nation. To this end, the fund is designed to provide charitable contributions to the nation. All funds and property acquired by the fund are devoted to that purpose. That's not true, because under this, the way this is set up, complete power and control legally is with the Pawnee Evening Star Fund Board of Directors, not the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma Supreme Governing Body. The governing body has absolutely no authority, power, control over this money once it goes in those accounts. We have to ask for our own money back, and I do not agree that we should be used like that or do that. I'll skip a lot of this. Let's go to the general relationship of the two parties. It says that the funds from the foundations and the donors, which shall be used by the fund to support selected programs or projects of the nation that align with the fund's priorities, except for supporting its operation costs, the fund will gift, re-grant, and transfer all assets to support specific programs or projects. And they're the Evening Stars projects and programs. They're not Pawnees. The agreement is that they are requesting 10% of what is received. And the example I use is, for as an example, President Canuho, Vice President Canuho, has been working very hard with USDA and one of our consultants, Tribuquint, and has been applying for money for broadband. We have received over 25 million so far, And we are still applying, and I was in the meetings, and we can go up to 50,000. 50 million in acquiring funding for the Pawnee Nation. That's an example of getting money. So we're using Tribuquit. So say we're using Pawnee Evening Star Fund. 10% is of 50 million, for example. If it goes up that high, it's currently almost 30. It's $5 million. $5 million will go into the Pawnee Evening Star Fund and be kept for supporting its operation costs to go get money. I do not believe that we should be doing this. This kind of money should be put into the Pawnee tribal accounts. It should be us seeking the money and putting it into our own bank accounts instead of giving it to someone else and asking for it back. The other thing that concerns me about the 10% funding is because it's supporting the operation costs. In the bylaws that the board of directors operate by, they can select multiple vice presidents, multiple officers, multiple secretaries, committees, and in their bylaws, these directors can receive salaries. It doesn't matter if they are on the board of directors, they get to receive salaries. It's stated in the bylaws. That means that our money can be used to pay salaries of numerous vice presidents on the board. The directors can all be vice presidents. They can receive salaries that are Pawnee Nation money. Pawnee Nation money will be paying for their salaries and their operating costs. I believe that that money should go into the Pawnee Nation accounts to provide services, get money for our tribe. $5 million is about half the budget that we operate on yearly. Our average operating budget is around 12 million. Their share alone would be 5 million for a project, theoretically, which could happen in reality. So to me, that much money, 5 million, would go a long way to serve our Pawnee people who need it for things like services for food, for propane, gas, dentures, elderly meals, so on. We have immediate needs that our people need right now. And I do not believe that this is good for the tribe. Also, the way this is going to happen if we're writing grants, it does not state in here who is going to pay for the work that's going to do all the reporting that the Evening Star Fund is going to need to report to the agencies. It is just set up where they are in total control. The board benefits from everything, when that money, that 10%, should be going back into the tribe. It is just not in the best interest of the Pawnee people. On the bylaws. Oh, okay. So this is the other thing about the majority board. Pawnee Business Council would have no say so. There'll be 2 of us on the board, but we do not make up the majority vote. This is all controlled. Our money will be controlled by the majority vote of the Pawnee Evening Star Fund, not the Pawnee Nation Business Council. So say we get a council that gets in a big disagreement. We have a savings clause. There's always a savings clause. The savings clause is you're going to court. That's what that means. If you want to resolve this legal issue, because this is a legal binding document, we're going to have to go to court. We're going to have to go hire attorneys. The thing about it is, if that happens, all our money, and we're fighting for our own money that's in these accounts, they're going to have the money. They can go hire attorneys, pay attorney fees they'll have all kind of money to fight us in court. What will the Pawnees have? Nothing. We won't have the money to go hire attorneys and pay all these fees and court costs because our money will be in there and that's what we're fighting for. And it's not our decision as to where that money goes. It is just not in the best interest of the Pawnee people. And in their bylaws, this is set up to become like a personal business. We are funding this for them. They are going to grow, become big, create vice presidents, create committees, and they don't even have to be Pawnees. If they put some people on there that aren't Pawnee, that we feel like are not good for us, we can gripe about it, but we have no voting power and no say-so over it. So I just would like to say those are my primary concerns. It is just not in the best interest of the Pawnee people, and I say that as the treasurer. You know, I was elected to look over and provide oversight as to what is good for us. I do not believe that we should, for the example I used, take 10% of some program, especially opioid money, which is just out there to be asked for. There can be millions and millions in opioid money. I just feel like that should go into our own accounts when our budget is a mere 12 million, and 5 million that would go into another 501c3's account instead of our accounts at the Pawnee Nation for our people is wrong.
Thank you, Carol. Sammy's clarified that she didn't raise her hand, so with that, I'll call on Cynthia next.
I apologize. I didn't know that you were calling on me next. I thought it was Sammy. Then I was going to let Donna go. But I just have a few questions. So we're utilizing and in this MOU, they're utilizing the same processes that we use through planning, through proposal review, correct? And so in reading that, that's what I got in reading their what they're proposing. And whenever we do that, we're talking about, and you brought up the example of they can't hear you or can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Cynthia.
Oh, James said he can hear me.
Speak louder, just turn the overhead off. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unmute on the computer so people on there can hear.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? I turned my volume up on my computer. Can you hear it? Okay. Oh, you guys can't hear. Okay, so you're wanting me to project my voice to hear me. Clarification. So they're utilizing the same process, and to me it seems like the same process that we go through for proposal review. So any grant that we bring in anyways, and we're talking about the example that you gave was the ones that Vice President Canujo brought through. Aren't we paying them for the same services? And isn't this the same type of process that that they're wanting to utilize to go through this? Because they wrote those grants too. Well, these guys are going to be writing those grants. So why wouldn't they take part of that funding?
That is not good for our people.
But well, how much did it, just from pure curiosity, because you brought it up, how much did the Tribuquant consultants get for their grant writing? And aren't they wrote into the grant to where they're doing a lot of the work as well? So they're going to be being projected. So maybe even a projected amount of how much they will get from the 25 million. All of it.
When they wrote the grant was written, pro bono, they didn't charge.
Keep it on Teams.
So when TribuQuint wrote the grant for Reconnect, it was pro bono for the tribes side. They were actually funded through a grant through USDA for them to write the grant for the Pawnee Nation. So we didn't have to spend a dime for that. Once Reconnect was funded, there was project management budgeted within the grant itself. That came to about 2% of the overall budget for us to hire their services for 5 years, and it was capped at a certain specific amount. Since it was discussed in executive session, I didn't want to say the specific amount, but in that sense, yeah, it was for their services on project management. And I guess that's the question is that what Evening Star is going to do? Is if they go after these grants, are they going to write themselves in and be project management or whatever that services might be in that sense there, like what we're doing currently right now. To your point, Cynthia, is that it's a Pawnee Nation grant. It's not a TribuQuint grant. It's a Pawnee Nation grant. If Evening Star is going to write some grants, I would assume, be a Pawnee Nation grant. It wouldn't be an Evening Star grant. So the funds would be directed straight to Pawnee Nation. It wouldn't go through Evening Star at that point. So in that case there, I don't know if this MOU really would apply to that instance there, since it's going directly to Pawnee Nation.
If it did with the foundation, though, it's a required mandatory 10%. If you read the changes, it's a mandatory 10%. And also another thing is that with this mandatory, what? Am I not on Teams?
Yeah, unmute yourself.
Oh, I thought you told me to use one. Unmute myself. Okay.
Yeah, I think you can use the laptop just.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I am unmuted on the mic on this. So, okay, so under these articles, the bylaws and the MOU, the board of directors will be receiving salaries. We will be funding salaries of the directors with our Pawnee Nation money, a mandatory 10%. Say some big foundation for opioids gives us 50 million. Mandatory 10% is what the agreement says. In their bylaws, the directors get paid salaries. They have it all laid out in here as to how they can appoint people, create committees, hire numerous vice presidents. They will have the freedom to hire their families. It is just, if it's going to be that kind of money, and we have the potential of opioid money being that big, that money, to me as treasurer, we should be doing that ourselves and not making agreements with an independent fund so that we can set them up for their purposes when that money could be put in the Pawnee Nation accounts to serve the Pawnee people instead of paying salaries and purposes and missions of an independent fund.
You keep mentioning opioid money. These guys are going after foundation money, right?
Right. Well,
So
any
is
kind of, in here it says all kinds of money.
Well, money
kinds.
that us as a tribe cannot go after. So that's that.
Why can't we?
Because go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I'm sure there's those who know more about this than I do, but we're really talking about foundation money that is given to nonprofits. So money that we cannot touch right now. So if we use that $50 million example.
We can create our own.
Well, we can, sure, and we still can. We can go after it.
Well, then
any
that's
other
what
way
we,
want
well, then
to.
that's what we should do and not
But-
fund another one.
But, and I didn't talk while you were talking.
Okay.
So, yeah, let me talk. I have a hard enough time getting these things out. All right. But anyways, if this is money that only goes to nonprofits, it's money we can't get and money we don't have, right? So if we don't have that 50 million, that, you know, that's the point of the Evening Star Fund, isn't it? To go after that money that we cannot touch, we can't get to, and there's supposed to be a lot of it out there. We want to be able to get some of that coming our direction. So, you know, it's kind of like saying we're giving away this $5 million, but is that $5 million we have? Out of that, your 50 million, 10%, 5 million. Do we throw away 45 million because we can't, we will lose $5 million that we never had? It's kind of fantasy money until we have it. I think also, just a real quick thing on the savings clause, because the way I read it, the savings clause specifically says that that there are no expressed or implied legal obligations. And the MOU itself, it states that it will terminate by either party at will. So this is supposed to be a legally binding court go after us kind of document. It's the worst one ever, right? Because it clearly defines that we can quit anytime we want to.
And leave our money in their account?
Not our money yet.
They got it on our name. They got it in the name of the Pawnee Nation, the Pawnee people's name. Why isn't it our money?
Do you have that money?
They have it.
Did you ever have that money?
No, but if
It's not your money yet, then is it?
But if
someone's giving it to me, I can't say it's mine until they've given it to me.
It is acquired in the name of the Pawnee people.
That's true. And I think if there's another, you know, I don't know if we have the ability to do, I don't know, do our own nonprofit that is just 100%, I don't know, just run by the business council. We could do that, right?
Right.
The downside is
We're not great.
I can't raise money. I've tried. I'm terrible at it. You know, that's the deal. That's the whole point of this kind of thing, is to get these people who are passionate Pawnee people who want to help, want us to do well, and are willing to step in and do lots of time and work.
Dr. Evans, they were all on the fundraising committee and didn't raise one dime. They did not prove themselves.
And I think that was and maybe I don't know the case on that, so I'm not very helpful there. I do know that these people are folks who have a proven track record in other circumstances that none of the rest of us have. I wish I did. I wish I was good at that, but I'm not. It's not my gift. You know, we need to work as a team. We've got to work as a people. And I think it has been a struggle for us as a people of breaking apart and being us versus them when it's us. You know, we need to be a unified, fighting team. We need to teach our kids to be aggressive, to trust each other, to bind together, because as a group, we should be succeeding, because the rest of the world is tearing themselves apart. But if we can work together, we should be able to succeed where others can't. Well, we got to do it, right? Anyways,
Not
that's
under
just
this
my
agreement.
thoughts.
Not
Just my
under
thoughts.
this legal agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Let's just speak one at a time, folks, if we can. Donna?
Okay, can you hear the sound?
You have to talk loud.
Okay. So Dr. Evans pretty well expressed what I had previously, that they're proven fundraisers on a national level. And that's kind of how I felt, is that we're tearing our own people down who are trying to come and help us. And we're looking for the worst out of this situation when I think they're looking for the best. And I think we've spent way too much time on this, and it's time to move on.
I have some comments.
I'd like to, I'll recognize Sammy.
Thank you, President Hawk. So if you can hear me, I've read this. We've been going back and forth with this for quite some time. I have my own opinion in that I don't feel that it's appropriate for a team to come up and they're actually mostly Pawnee people within this foundation. And I don't begrudge that foundation, but I figure if you really want to be helping the Pawnee people, why haven't you been putting out requests for funding right now? How come you're not doing that? Just pro bono and making it happen for us and show us what you got? Why do we have to commingle our business with a separate entity, a private industry, to where we can't even say, well, you know what? Instead of that 10% on 50 million, let's negotiate and how about 2%? How about 1%? How about 0.5%? If it's really for the people and not just 12 people, then be fair. I am not going to vote for this. And I've gone back and forth and I've read it and I've reread it and I just, I take exception to some people just wanting to get rich off the people. If you want to help, write a grant. If you got that capability, write something, bring it home. And that hasn't happened yet. So until you can show me what you got, I'm not going to do that. And that's my vote. That's how I stand. You know, with all due respect to everybody that's been engaged in doing, we are a people. They don't call us Akitaru for nothing. We're one, not 12 and 3,500 here. We're all one people. And if you got something to show and you got the capability right, then by God, write it and bring it home and let's see what you got. Then I'll talk to you. Then I'll see if maybe we do want to, you know, get you some revenue generation out of that. It started out with they wanted $250,000 out of our ARPA funding to set this business up. They wanted us to give them $250,000 to stand the business up. That never happened. That never happened. And we are really not as naive as some people want us to be. We have a lot of smart Pawnee people here. They're sitting amongst us here at this table, here in this building and all over the place. We just want to be fair and equitable and use our heads. So I'm a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy.
Sure.
Before I recognize Donna, I just wanted to clarify a couple things here, just so we're sticking to this. First, Sammy, I just say briefly, these board members raised $250,000 for the Pawnee Nation, all going to the Cultural Resource Division projects and programs, you know, so they've shown that they can write grants. And each and every one of them that are on that board have a proven track record.
I have no doubt.
And so then to Jean's point, I would just add that it says in that section 8 there that the MOU is limited to outlining a framework of general principles for cooperation between the parties and is not intended to impose any express or implied legal obligations regarding the relationship established in here. It goes on to say that this agreement can be terminated at any time by any party if it doesn't work out. It says also in here that they can charge up to 10%, which means they can charge lower than that for their fundraising costs. It costs money to raise money and establish the contacts, especially in the philanthropy world, where a lot of the funding that goes on there is based on personal relationships. So you got to spend a lot of time with these foundations to be successful as a fundraiser from philanthropy or private donors. this 10%, I'm told, is the standard in the industry. It's not an absorbent cost, but it's to support the work that they do to raise money to bring it into the door here at the Pawnee Nation. It only becomes our money once it comes into the door, and at that point, we have complete control over it. I, as president, it's been one of my goals here to help increase our capability to get additional money brought into our door. Ever since I've been here and before, we're good fundraisers when it comes to raising federal money. We know how to do it. And that's how most of our budget, our $12 million budget, is from federal grants. But we don't have the capability to raise money from the private foundations and private donors. And I just know that we've let millions of dollars go past our door because we're not set up to go after these foundation monies. We can go after federal money, that's good. But even with that, we're projecting out, we're going to need additional money. So this foundation, this fund is set up expressly to go after this additional source of money. And it's my vision and my hope that we can enhance our existing fundraising capability to bring in this additional money. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I know I respect Carol's judgment, but this is a parade of horribles that I just don't see it. I don't agree with it. These are our own folks by and large. They're proven fundraisers. They're leaders in raising millions of dollars a year from these foundations for their organization. John Echohawk alone raises more than 12 million a year for NARF from philanthropy sources, not federal money. So there's a lot of money out there, and we need to be able to have that capability to work in partnership with this organization to bring in these additional monies here. And we get money, we have got money from time to time from like Crystal Echohawk's foundation during the pandemic. We didn't exercise control over that nonprofit to do it. We just applied for the money and received it. We get money from donors. We've gotten money, but most of our money comes from the federal government. We don't try to control them. I think it is appropriate here that we have members of this body on that board to make sure our interests are aligned and that we're working close together in cooperation to raise this additional money. So I see nothing but good here. Donna?
I just have a question. I have a question for President.
Yes.
Remark.
Mhm.
What about that 10%? Can we negotiate that? Can we drop it down?
It says up to 10%. That's the standard that's the standard industry practice, and it's going to cost them money to go out there. It's time consuming. You have to. It says that's what it says.
And just like.
Look in paragraph 2.
Just
Look
like
in paragraph 2.
Tribute Quint, right? Tribute Quint, we negotiated a certain percentage.
Well, some of that could be done. And here,
That's what
this
I'm
is just the
asking
top
you.
amount. It's the
That's what I'm
top amount.
asking you, yeah.
It's up to that amount.
Up to that,
Because
but
that's the standard practice in the industry. And so,
it
you know,
just seems
if you-
excessive.
I
to
think
me.
the fundamental question here, folks, is do you want to work with these folks or not? And that's all that this does. It lays out a framework. A lot, and we just need to, you know, establish a working relationship and see what happens. If you don't like it, you can terminate it, you know?
That's not that simple. We don't just terminate it. What if they've got all our money and the board disagrees to
It's
give it back
not
to
your
us?
money, Carol, until it
It
comes
is-
into the
But
door.
it is received on the name of the Pawnee people and the Pawnee Nation. You can't even go get it unless you use our name and our people. And the thing that really is not fair to the Pawnee people is these fundraisers are going to be on champagne budgets, flying first class on airplanes, going to parties, having champagne, mixing with rich people, while our people don't have that money in our bank and they can't pay their bills and they can't pay for propane. That is wrong. And there are too many family members on there is another thing. There is too much conflict of interest on this council right here to be on that board also.
I understand you're opposed to it. Folks, at this point, I think we've deliberated long enough.
I
on
think
it.
we
George,
just
did
vote,
you have a comment?
just move on.
Yeah.
Let's just vote and move on.
Yeah.
Are you calling for the vote, or I'll just have a few words to say if I can. I'll be honest. I mean, when I first saw this, I was going to be a definite no. Because I feel like we should have a tribally owned nonprofit, right? That's what I was feeling. But after reading all these documents, I read them all, and I feel like those concerns, those issues were addressed. Your treasurer has been allowed to be on their board. And I think if there's any egregious things that our treasurer sees, you're going to inform us, because we have an open line of communication amongst our PBC. So if there's something you're seeing, if we pass this, then I would assume that you would let us know. And if it's egregious, yes, I have no problems rescinding everything. We have the power. PBC will always have the power when it comes down to it. I mean,
They'll have our money.
I know it's our money. And so I also want to say that being in small business now, it does take money to make money.
It's the same.
It's the number one principle that I know. Believe you me, I would just say if my cap was 10%, I would be so happy with that. But it isn't 10% in the
We are
real world
funding
for
a
me.
family foundation.
I agree, but I mean, and I've looked at this board. I mean, I personally know 5 of the 9 people on this board, and I do trust in what they've done in their careers.
I don't think that our
and their
people
lives.
elected us to trust. I think they want us to have serious oversight.
I'm not going to argue. I just want to get it out, okay? I think everyone on this council believes that we should get into economic sovereignty at some point. We're not there. We are not. And if we were to do our own nonprofit with our own business council officers, doing a nonprofit trying to get these funds, we don't know how to get them. I'm not a grant writer. I'm not going to go to college for all these years to know how to write a grant. I'm not. So that to me, that's not an option either. So I do believe that there's provisions in this.
We are giving away our power.
It's one at a time, Carol.
I do believe there's
We're
provisions.
giving away our power.
How is it giving away the power?
I do believe there's provisions in this that
Voting, they
protects
have to vote.
the
We don't.
Pawnee Nation.
This council has.
Carol,
not got a
please,
vote.
one at a time, please. Let George has the floor.
I
We've had a lot of
just
time here, Carol.
I just believe
so
there's
we know
provisions
what-
in this Pawnee Nation. I mean, there's provisions to protect the Pawnee Nation. I believe that it's there. And, our council is pretty strong. I mean, we're not going to let anybody bully us or push us over on anything. I know this about us. We are strong. So for that reason, I am going to vote yes. I mean, I'm telling you, I was a no, but I feel very strongly that we can make this work. And if we can't, kill it. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Go to court and try to get our money back.
Jordan, I'll recognize
Thank you.
you. Thank you for that, George.
Yeah, thank you, President. Yeah, I heard everybody's comments and everything else. It's obvious how this is going to go. But I do want to just say for myself, just thinking about it and everything else. And, I've talked to the president about this early on when we were first when he was first bringing this up to the council and everything else. And just kind of my thoughts about it, and just still thinking it over and just trying to see where all this could go and everything else. And tonight, what I'm hearing is, first of all, for the grant writing portion of it, Councilman Butler pretty much pointed it out there that anytime there's grant writing that's going to happen, it's going to be through the Pawnee Nation. So any federal dollars that does come, it's going to come to the Pawnee Nation first. It's not going to go through the Evening Star Fund. It's going to come straight to the Pawnee Nation, such as the library grants that was awarded to the Pawnee Nation. you know, if they want to write themselves into that grant and be a project manager or whatever it might be on that sense there, then, you know, so be it. And on that topic too of grant writing and everything else, I do want to say this much too, commending our directors, those who are our employees, for the work that they already do for bringing funds into the Pawnee Nation. I know that's a hard work, and it takes a lot of effort, a lot of hours, a lot of time past 8 o'clock or 5 o'clock and things like that. So I do want to commend all of our staff directors who actually are currently doing that. And then also too, with that as well, is the fundraising aspect or the philanthropy aspect as well. Dr. Evans brought that up this evening. Within the MOU, there is a whereas on there that does state that the Pawnee Nation is able to receive funds in a charitable fashion, and it would be considered as a charitable donation for anybody who would like to donate to the tribe. We're a section 7871A listed under the IRS to be able to do that. And so in an essence, that kind of negates a 501c3, because anybody who has who goes out, if we have staff who goes out and seeks philanthropy dollars, they can go on behalf of the Pawnee Nation and receive that, and it would go directly to us. Those who give that money, I would assume, are individuals who have deep pockets and have lawyers and tax lawyers, all that stuff, who know about 7871 type tax status. And so they would be able to obviously receive that charitable donation on their tax status as well. So we have that. So, and to Dr. Evans' point as well, is that if the Evening Star Fund was to go and say, I know the example has been $50 million, if they were to go and get $50 million philanthropy money in the name of the Pawnee Nation, it would go to them directly. It wouldn't go to the Pawnee Nation, it would go to them directly. You know, they would, you know, eventually gift that to the Pawnee Nation as well, after their up to 10% portion was received. And that's true. They could do that, and it stays in their account and everything else with that. I guess for me, the thing that I'm thinking about and I've thought about is that I don't see the need for an MOU. I don't see the need for this MOU in my perspective. They can help write grants, which they've already proven that they've done, without an MOU. If they want to go get philanthropy dollars, they don't need the Pawnee Nation to go and do that. They can just go and get it. They can receive the money, and they can choose how much they want to give to the Pawnee Nation. I understand Treasurer Chapman's comment and concern about going in the name of Pawnee Nation. That's the only thing that you would think about in that regard of receiving those monies and those donations in that regard as well. But the Pawnee Nation is already established to be able to receive philanthropy dollars, and to be able to, those who give towards the Pawnee Nation are able to count that as a charitable giving for that. One other thing that was mentioned tonight as well, I believe Treasurer Chapman mentioned it, was that this Evening Star Fund, just the historical understanding of it, Evening Star Fund started as the committee. The committee realized that a lot of people don't understand the 7871 aspect and the IRS tax setup there. So they decided to form this 501c3 and form the Evening Star Fund. This is kind of my, I guess this is my issue with that is, and it's my issue with some of other committees, is that they act outside of the purview of the PBC, in the sense of they didn't come to the PBC that I can recall and telling us that they wanted to do this 501c3 that I can recall. President mentioned before in a meeting we had that it was brought up in one of his reports. That's what they did, and that's what they were going to do. But I don't remember having a meeting with any of the committee members on their intent of wanting to form a 501c3. In my view of our committees is that the committees are there to execute the objectives that the council wants to be done. If the council has a desire and wants to be able to have a 501c3, they would go to the fundraising committee and say, we would like to have a 501c3 to go after funding that we can't get through federal dollars. Could you go ahead and establish that? The committee itself took it upon itself to basically disestablish the committee and form themselves into a 501c3. I have a big problem with that type of movement within committees without any kind of coming to us, unless any of our council members can help me remember that meeting where we did, I have an issue with that. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote no on that tonight, just because, like I said, I don't really see that it's needed. They can go and get the funds. They can do what they need to, come back to the Pawnee Nation, gift it to Pawnee Nation. They've already proven that they've already done grant writing before. And also too, I just don't really like the idea of committees being renegade in that sense. And I use renegade in the sense of that they took it upon themselves to do something like that. So that's all I had, President.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess my only response would be to say that there was 3 or 4 reports, during that phase, that, we didn't have a meeting, but we kept everybody in the loop, and if you guys had concerns back then, this is a couple years ago, they could have been raised in. But in any event.
But President, before I,
Okay.
Is that the norm? Is that the precedence that it's done in reports rather than coming to the council?
I think it's well taken. I should have, I was new at the time and we were all new at the time, but I did report what was going on at all phases, so. At this time, I'm going to be asking for a motion to approve this.
I'll make a motion to approve
Excuse
the
me.
MOU with the
Excuse me,
Evening
Leanne.
Star. I'll make a motion to approve the MOU. It's not open forum.
I think you're out of order. Leanna, you're out of order. We'll come back to you, okay?
I want to speak before the vote.
That's out of protocol right now. I'm looking for a second right now. Is there a second, folks?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Evan. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Leanna, floor is yours.
And this is my observation.
I can get the audio,
In
but
my
the link,
concerns.
I can't get the video, dang it. Guess I'll go back later and look at it. Hopefully it'll be recorded.
So this
Looks like-
MOU appears
Go ahead
to
with the meeting.
basically set up a legally protected opportunity for special interest
Not
to
do
raise
it.
funds earmarked for their personal agendas and to funnel that money through our tribe without any oversight from the council or the Pawnee people. This appears to be the absolute epitome of using tribal assets for personal gain. It completely makes the PBC beholden to this outside entity for the use of our funds. An outside entity that comprised of non-elected members that do not have to be Pawnee members. Why in the world would you all, the PBC, consider to agree to allow this type of control to an outside entity? I hope that you have all read this carefully and just misunderstood these ramifications. This is unbelievable. The Evening Star Group is completely trying to legally grant themselves the right to the use of the tribe's names and resources to fund their own personal agendas, all by legally earmarking any funds they raise for themselves and ensuring that the PBC cannot assess the funding for any other purpose without their explicit permission and control. This is unbelievable. The MOU legally obligates the PBC to support and achieve the goals and mission of the Evening Star Fund, page 3, paragraph 6. This MOU fails to address tribal resources needed to carry out all of the personnel requirements that will be needed for the funding management, like program oversight, reporting, grant writing, etc. Page 3, paragraph 6 also makes a statement that shouldn't be missed. Signing this MOU does not make the fund an arm of the Pawnee Nation. No, it's actually worse. By signing this, it makes the Pawnee Nation
an arm of the Evening Star Fund. This PBC will be placing itself under the full control of the Evening Star Fund by agreeing to work to achieve the Evening Star's goals. This gives Evening Star a free check to go after any funding they want using the Pawnee name, and then earmark all monies for any project they want, not that what might be needed for the Pawnee people. Also, there are no cap or limitations set forth on the fund's operation costs. So they could use any amount of the funding money they want to take care of their own people. I do not see how this Evening Star MOU funding agreement, which is comprised of segregated earmarked funds and the absolute control of outside agendas, can benefit the budgetary obligations of the Pawnee Business Council and aid in meeting the practical needs of the Pawnee people. I, for one, do not agree to this MOU as it is presently written, because the Business Council needs to have more control over the Evening Star Fund to take care of the needs of our Pawnee people. So this has been, I read the MOU, and this is what I got out of it as a regular old Pawnee tribal member. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leanna. Mr. Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
No.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
No.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Dawn Hare,
Oh, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Tammy Kimball.
No.
Motion carries. Is that correct, sir?
Finally.
Okay. Thank you for that, council. Motion carries. So who is going to sign this as
Stupid.
I'll just go ahead and sign it as the president. That's a normal course of business here. Well, I thank you for that, council. I thank you for your input, and I know this is an innovation. It's innovative, but that has not deterred our council in the past. We've never hesitated to initiate a historic and new step. And I'm just hopeful that this is going to prove a very successful collaboration between this body and this fundraising entity that's been set up to bring additional monies to our door. Time will tell. And so I want to thank each of you for the lot amount of time we've spent on this, and I appreciate that. So with that, we'll just move on with our agenda. The next item here is new business, and this is an update on the Pawnee TDC work group. And I'll give that report at this time. As you know, we've been working over the past about a year and a half to strengthen our gaming industry. Part of that effort entailed total revamping of our gaming ordinance, and it was approved by the Business Council and went into effect. The second part of that was to update and improve the TDC. And the work group that was composed of myself, Vice President Canuho, Treasurer Chapman, Lyle Fields, Arthur Atopney from the Gaming Commission, Bob Dimmick from TDC, and their attorney Clint Cohen, our attorney Chad Smith, Elizabeth Homer. We turned our attention to revising these updated articles of incorporation for the TDC to convert the TDC into strictly a gaming organization. they had about 19 things that they were supposed to be doing, but they only were focusing on gaming and gaming alone. And so we thought, well, we'll just make it into a gaming corporation, and we'll create a new gaming board that will be experts and leaders in the field, the gaming industry, to help strengthen the gaming operations. And then we'll take back from the TDC all of its other duties, which were to diversify our non-gaming economy. And so we have worked to revise these articles of incorporation to do that for the TDC. We had to go to the first secure bank in Illinois under our loan covenant to get bank approval in order to do that. We just received the bank approval. And so those proposed revisions now are ready to come back to the TDC to be enacted into law, to make those revisions for action. But they could come back here at any time. In fact, they could have come back today for our review and action today. But what I'm wanting to do here is to first of all, to recruit the new board members and get them appointed, or at least get their appointments all ready to go, and bring it back to the business council all in one package, so that we can enact the new revisions to the TDC articles and appoint the new commissioners on the same day, same time, so that we don't have a vacuum in the leadership over there while we're making that change. And so I just wanted to update you on that much on it. We're in the process of trying to the work group has got a number of prospects for new board members in mind that we're reaching out to see if they would be interested in serving on our new TDC board, the Gaming Corporation board. Then also we're drafting a job description for the new board members as well. We'll get that to the council here shortly, in a couple, probably early next week, to look at the proposed job description. And we're going to post that in the gaming magazines, and I think there's some places where we can go to get the word out. We'll post that. We'll see if we can get these other individuals that we're wanting to get as well. And after the advertising, interviews, and so forth, we'll be able to act on that all at the same time. And so that will bring to the conclusion our over a year and a half effort, to strengthen our gaming industry and hopefully it'll bring it to the next level. It'll bring it to the next level, a stronger gaming industry. So I just wanted to have this opportunity to update the TDC about where we're at on that. And many of you have already been briefed about the revisions, and it sounds like everyone is on board that has looked at it so far. So I'm thinking that it'll go a lot easier than this MOU, I hope. So anyway, that's all I wanted to do, just to give a short update tonight on the status of that effort. And unless there's any questions, let's move on to the next item, and that next item is approval of resolution 2309, Pawnee Nation self-government application. And who's going to present on that, please?
It don't matter.
Don't matter.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank.
Hello, council. So this application is kind of precedent for Pawnee Nation. If y'all remember, back in 2022, Pawnee Nation went self-governance with the IHS, which gave us the ability to kind of have direct oversight of how we wanted to kind of spend those money under those IHS programs. Since completing that, we have now moved on to the BIA self-governance, application. So back in September, I know a lot of council members, as well, a lot of staff, we went to San Francisco with the self-governance conference to move in doing the similar thing with our BIA programs. So this is the way that we now have that sovereignty to start looking at how we want to provide additional service, enhance some of our programs. Some of the programs that are under the BIA right now is our aid to tribal government, law enforcement, tribal court, our Indian child welfare,
Enrollment.
which includes enrollment and some of the executive staff as well as our communication. But we're also looking at adding 2 more newer programs that we do not currently have, which is job placement and training, as well as enhancing our social service programs. So since we went to that conference, we talked to BIA to kind of understand the process with this application. But when we got back, we were able to talk to our programs like a law enforcement, Indian child welfare, enrollment, and so forth to figure out what their needs are, what their gaps were, and figuring out ways that we can start looking at enhancing those programs who are underfunded, who are overfunded, and kind of having that happy medium to address the needs in our community. So this application right here is to move into that. It takes 3 years of clean audits to even apply for this. We've got 4 clean audits to where we are today. So since accomplishing the IHS was the first, because they need 3, now we are able to do this one. So now we would have kind of control that falls in the realm of their scope of work, but have more flexibility to address the needs in our community and grow our services. So this is just enrolling the programs that we have now and including 2 new ones. So in the years to come, we can start looking at other programs that we want to, if that's realty, if that's agricultural. There's a lot of different other things that fall under that BIA that we could take ownership in providing those additional services. So right now, we just want to start the process, utilize some of the programs that we already been administrating for several years. Now kind of have a little bit more control and more flexibility to enhance these services. So this resolution will start that process. The application is due tomorrow, so we're hopefully by 2024, we'll be self-governance with BIA. So again, this is a huge thing. A lot of tribes, are self-governance. They have that ownership, that control of where they want to utilize those funds, because if we get a chance to hear what the community needs and we can put those dollars into effect to address those needs, where right now it's through the 638 contract and, X amount of dollars could only go to those programs. Now we can kind of have that more flexibility and address the needs year in, year out, depending on what they are, and have that flexibility to address those needs. So that's what this is. I'll open up the floor if y'all have any questions, but this is a huge accomplishment if we get it, approved and everything for the Pawnee Nation.
Thank you for that, Brian. Vice President, recognize you.
Yes, thank you, President. Thank you, Brian, for that synopsis on this. I just want to let the council know that this did go through the planning committee. Planning committee did review it and approved it. So I do want to say thank you to Ms. Laura May and the planning department with REPA as well for getting this together, along with Brian's leadership on that too. It was good last year. I was able to attend the self-governance conference last year, got a lot of information, and it was nice that the Pawnee Nation was recognized for entering into self-governance. This year, the conference will be in Tulsa, so hopefully, everybody can make it down there for that. That'd be great. But this definitely will put us forward in the Pawnee Nation and our structure, being able to take ownership of managing our programs, especially those that receive funding, and we can allocate that funding how we need to on those programs and everything else. So I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2309.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Are there any discussion, folks, on this motion? I'd just like to say that this looks like it's another historic step, for the Pawnee Nation, on the self-governance we already have a governance contract in place with IHS. And now we're going to be focusing on BIA, it sounds like. And so that is a historic step, you know, to kind of step outside of the EIA. And so this is gonna, I think it's gonna be bringing good things to our people. Are there any further comments or questions, folks? We do have a motion and a second. Sammy?
I just have a comment and I want to thank you, Brian, or whoever put this, the advantages and disadvantages, the pros and the cons together for us. It gave us a real realistic map of where we're at, and I appreciate that. And I sitting on the planning meeting, committee meeting, and yeah, I'm thankful for it, and I think we're heading in really good direction. Thank you.
Any other comments, folks? Call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho.
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman. Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Yes.
Dean Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of resolution 2310, DOE Resilience Grant Submission. And who's going to present on that?
I can present on that as well.
Thank you. Floor is yours, sir.
All right, so there's been a lot of things working behind the scenes with our alternative energy movement. One of the things that we've been working with, along with my consultants, as well as Vice President Canuho with his consultants, we've been looking at ways to go into green energy. One of the things that we were looking at going is going after this DOE resiliency grant. So what gives us the opportunity to start looking at ways to prevent power outages in our community and our government buildings. One of the biggest things that we see here is there are power outages. This gives us ability to address those needs in the community and provide opportunities to prevent those, to reduce those, as well as look at ways to generate revenue on reinvestments into the community, and looking at ways that we can have more ownership of our power sources that provide power to our buildings as well as the community. But also, this is kind of like a way that we can start looking at energy saving mechanisms and providing other sources like generators to help during what's it called, natural disasters, you know, like ice storms, tornadoes, and so forth. So we have kind of ownership of that. But this resolution and this grant, which is not due until the end of the month, there will be, what we also want to do and what we will be doing is a community forum and getting information of getting what the community needs and from their power, you know, I guess, issues that they might see. So we're definitely going to be interacting with the community, do a community forum with our narrative that we present of providing services, but also we're able to invest in the community. We are also to invest in our job workforce trainings to provide adequate careers with our tribal members so we can train those folks that can help prevent outages, but also developing additional partnerships with our utility companies and our utility commissions. I know there's been talks behind the scenes with our utility commission with Vice President Canuho, and this was a great opportunity that the federal government, through the ARPA spending, allocated a lot of money to the tribes. So this is almost like guaranteed funds that each tribe is getting with this grant. So it's not competitive like your normal grants will be. Tribes got X amount of dollars already. This is just, and we're taking advantage of the portion that was allocated to the Pawnee Nation to utilize this to make sure that we don't have a lot of power outages in our community. Because I know we face ice storms and other high winds and, you know, knock on wood, with the tornado issues going on the last couple of days, you just never know. But this is a way that we can prevent these issues and want to be proactive in this way. So this is going to be a multiple year funding source. It's up to 5 years, but possibly up to 10 years based off the federal funding allocation if they want to fund it, extending 5 more years. So it could be multiple millions of dollars that will be able for us to not only train our folks in adequate jobs, get more ownership of our assets, and have flexibility to make sure that we address the community needs and making sure on the government standpoint that we can continue operationals if there is a national disaster and still providing services as a government. But again, this is just a resolution. We're still going to be, through the first year is going to be the whole planning side of things. So there's going to be a lot of outreach and things like that. We're integrating with the PBC as well as the community to figure out the true need. But we got set aside so we have money to provide, to start providing those services and addressing the issues that we see firsthand now. So that's what this resolution's for. So I'll open up for anyone that might have any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Folks, any questions?
President, I got a question.
Vice President? Or
So for this, this resolution here, this is just going to accompany the grant submission. That grant is due March 31st, right? On that. I get, we've talked, we discussed what, different ideas about, the grid resilience grants, which this one is here, but also to the clean energy grant as well. Passing this resolution tonight here, I think we'd still work with both Tribute Quint and Baker Tilly on what we're wanting to do in that regard, right? Okay. Yeah, okay.
So, right now it's not. Get funding every year. It just depends on what the need is and how we want to structure it. So there's going to be things that we'll still be communicating, figuring out what we want to address at the end. So there's still, that process still going to be happening. So, and then within the next month, one of our first objectives is doing a community forum. So we're wanting to invite, everyone in to see what their issues are so they can tell us what they face, in the community, so we can make sure that we can address those needs as well. So, yes.
Thank you for that, Brian. Folks, are there any other questions here? Cynthia, floor is yours.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2310.
Is there a second? Thank you for that, Dr. Evans. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote, Mr. Secretary, if you would please, sir.
George Canuho?
Yes.
George Gard, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Aho, yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Tammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And thank you, Brian, for your presentation on this. Next item is approval of resolution 23-11 tribal management grant submission. And who's going to present on that?
I can do that one too.
Thank you.
Making things happen at the nation. But this one's a unique thing too, because kind of piggybacking what we did off the IHS doing self-governance. One of the other funding options that they have, or opportunities that they have, is the tribal management grant through IHS. And that's kind of building the internal infrastructure of the nation. So what we want to look at is creating a overarching Pawnee Nation Health Board. I know we got one with the behavioral health, but this is just going to be all-inclusive health, because I know we're diving into the health industry now with the behavioral health. I believe there's other opportunities that we can expand those services because there's a lot of services that I think our community needs from a health perspective. So this is a great way where we'll be working with PBC and developing the policies and procedures that will be a guidance for the health board to start looking at those endeavors that, are addressing the community needs. But at the same time, we want to look at sustainability and bringing in additional revenue to the tribe. One of the things that we're looking at doing is creating third-party billing. A lot of our programs that we offer, like our CHRs, our Title VI, a lot of those are allowable in reimbursement rates that we can now charge. I think it's Medicaid, I think, Medicaid, Medicare. I get one of those mixed up, but one of those to bring in that revenue for those services. So now we're bringing in additional revenue for services that we're already providing so we can expand those services. If that's bringing in more CHR, if that's, expanding Title VI or, building our diabetes, whatever it may be, or adding more. So there's a lot of PFSAs, which is program functions, services, and activities that fall under the IHS. We'll have the capability of reanalyzing those and seeing where we want to expand our services and seeing what Pawnee Nation at that time might be interested in having oversight. So with this, we met with the planning committee, Vice President Canuho, Councilwoman Kimball, and others. I got an opportunity to present this and talk about how we'll be able to create a health board for the nation and bring in some additional revenue sources that can help build some of these services that we're providing. So this is a great thing that we'll be working on. It's a 3-year grant. So it will be in 3-year phases, but the good thing is it will be benefiting Pawnee Nation directly, but a lot of the information will also benefit the new behavioral health facility that will be built this year indirectly. So when we look at the reimbursement rates on the behavioral health side of things, a lot of the infrastructure that's being developed benefits them because they can get the all exclusive rate where they get the high reimbursement rate to be financially sustainable. So it's not just benefiting the nation, but other things that we got working behind the scene as well. So that's what this grant is. This grant's due on Monday. So we'll have everything. I know we're meeting with planning on Friday with the narrative itself, but we just want to go ahead and get the resolution ready to go. But I'll open the floor if you have any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Folks, you got any questions for Brian, please?
Yeah, can you repeat that? President, I will say that the planning committee will meet this Friday to go over that proposal as well. So I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it just, so this is specifically for the behavioral health, correct?
No.
No, so then, okay, thank you for answering that, because then where does it leave our medical advisory committee? Would that be a part of maybe integrating them into the health board? Because they're already health professionals who are, who are already established as a committee that give advice to the nation. Maybe a few of them, or, maybe even transfer that over to the board.
Well,
I don't know. It's an option.
Well,
I
and
just
I-
don't want to leave them out because, we utilize them as our health resources, especially during the pandemic and everything. So I don't know if you could probably, kind of incorporate that. It'd be something for you guys to talk about.
And I know Dr. Evans, I kind of talked about, I sit on that committee as well from a public health standpoint. The intent is to definitely look at our medical professionals that are Pawnee that have a expertise in this field. One of the things that we do see from the medical advisory committee is like, they are physicians, they got obligations from a certain time frame. And so it is hard to get everybody to meet. So we definitely want to reanalyze that and see if they are interested now that this is going to be maybe a unique thing. It might draw interest where they'll be more involved. So we can definitely integrate or engage them, but also look at who else is interested as well. But we definitely want people that have either a health or public health background to be on this board, but try to figure out, and that's probably going to be possibly the change. And that might be discussions with the council. Do we just create the board, dissolve the advisory committee, or still have both? I think there's some discussion that we can still do, but I just know, being a member of the committee, we do have participation rates is not as successful as I'd like to be. But we understand that they got obligations on their private lives where it's hard for them to meet particular hours. But this could be something that sparks another interest, but it gives us ways that we can grow it. So again, the first year is going to be that whole planning process. We want to build our policies, our procedures. We want to reach out to y'all to get, list of expertise that might be interested, reach out to them, see if they are, and go through that whole board selection that the PBC already does now. And then we'll just kind of select them for that. But yeah, that's my vision, but it'd be a working.
I just wanted to throw that out because, we do have already an established, medical advisory committee and, it could help out. But I'll second Vice President Canujo's motion.
Thank you, folks. We have a motion and a second. Dr. Evans?
I just want to say that I very much support this, and I think it's very much like our last couple of resolutions where we're, taking over self-governance, and it really feels like that. I think we have the ability to do some amazing things in a few years. And I think our step forward with the Behavioral Health Center, I think as that stabilizes, I think our ability to move into some other areas will be a huge thing for our people, for our, financially, for our future financial stability. Just all around something we need to do. So.
Thank you for that, Dr. Evans. Any other comments, folks? Sir, call for the vote, if you would, Mr. Secretary.
Jordan Canujo,
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho, yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. This brings us to the next item here, approval of resolution 23-12 regarding 2023-24 NCAI membership renewal. And who's going to present on that? Donna, is that you?
Which one is that? NCI?
Uh-huh.
I can do that if you need. Okay. It's just to renew the PBC body as a whole. For individuals, it's gonna be $1,300. It's for the year. And it's our annual renewal.
Is that the one that was discussed in the budget? Was that the one that was discussed in the budget?
That was that.
I don't think it's, the 4,000.
President Epcot, this is the NCAI membership for the year? I'll make the motion to move forward with that.
Thank you for
Thank
that,
you.
Sammy. We have a motion. Is there a second? Thank you for that, Carol. Appreciate. Okay, any discussion on this motion, folks?
Just for clarity's purposes. So in the budget committee meeting, was it yesterday? I think it was, we had two different memberships we were talking about. And Jamie, you might be able to help refresh my memory. One of them was the 13, one was the 4,000. Was the 4,000 the state one? Was that the?
And
That's it. Okay.
Well, this is what I would like to suggest is that we not do that this year. Because when we were doing those budgets, we had to make major cuts to balance it. And that was one of the things we were looking at was subscriptions, those kinds of things. And that is more of a local Oklahoma organization. The national one, NCAI, in NCAI is national and it's just 1,300, but the local one is 4,000.
Dang.
So I'm thinking that for this year, because we're having to cut the budgets back so severely to balance it, I would recommend that we just, for this year, go with the other membership, the,
This 2312.
individual.
Yeah, this 2312 for 1,300. That's what's on the,
No, he's talking about the.
Yeah,
That, you know, right, 90 when we get to that one.
90.
That's coming up in the agenda.
Okay.
The year-
Oh, okay.
This is just the NCI.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
yeah,
I gotcha, okay.
this is
So-
the $1,300 NCAI
Yeah.
annual renewal.
Correct. It's just for NCAI.
Yeah, than the
Individual.
4.
But I thought there was
It's ridiculous.
a bigger one, right? The whole tribe.
Yeah, I think
That was more, 4 or 5,000.
I can't remember.
There was a bigger one, right, for the whole tribe, I mean, instead of individual. No, NCI.
It might have been-
Individual.
Might have been Uno.
NCAI one is for the tribe.
Oh.
Yeah, you get like $300.
Okay.
like 300 votes something.
So that is for the tribe.
Okay. I couldn't remember. As Treasurer Chapman mentioned there, as they were looking over the budgets yesterday, that was one of the things is, really. First, trying to balance the budget is, as difficult as it is. Trying to look at areas where we're not going to spend, a lot of money on things. I know 1,300 is not a lot and 4,000 in essence isn't a lot in a $6 million, $12 million budget, but still just trying to find areas, but I was just curious. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to say that this NCAI organization is really a good one. We have a lot of interest in Washington DC, a lot of agencies that we work with, funding, it's White House, members of Congress, a lot happening there and it's just a good organization to support whenever we have needs there or there's an issue. The first question the feds ask is, what does NCAI think about this? Are they in support? And if it is, that's going to help you out a lot. So it's good that we're there. It's good for informational. We were just there last week. You see Jennifer's report, my report that from that. And it's just a good thing to be abreast of all of the issues and make the contacts, and so I'm sure glad that we're doing that because half of our government, half of our sovereignty is external, our
Yes.
relationship with other jurisdictions and other governments. And so this is really going to be a good tool in our toolkit to be a member here. So call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canugo,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. This brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion and or action on establishing regular business council meeting dates. And who's going to present on that?
I'll
Is that
present
Pete?
on that. So this is a discussion I know we've had several times about having a cadenced set meeting so that our visitors as well as our PBC members, our staff always know when a meeting's going to be so we can all prepare for it and schedule for it. Just makes it a little bit easier for operations to go on. So I wanted to see if you guys wanted to discuss that, see if there's a good date that we could do, like an example would be like the third Wednesday of every month or just something like that. So we all know when the meetings are.
Council, we have the luxury of setting our meeting dates. And it works good for us, in our schedules. But man, it's heck on the staff, to have to come at odd times of the week and whatever, So if we're able to have a set date, we could put it on our calendars and we could plan around it and make it work, you know. That's what's being proposed here, you know, and I kind of think it's a good idea for the convenience of our staff and everybody else, that they'll know a certain time of the month, you know.
That's right.
If we have to meet an emergency or special meeting, we can always still do that, but at least we'll have, you know, a regular, at least a regular monthly. And we have been meeting usually twice a month, I think.
Right.
Yes.
So that's about
Yeah.
average, isn't it?
So, so I think the question really is, who is available on Mondays? Monday evenings, who's available? Well, evening, I mean, like we have an evening meeting, right? After hours. Does that work for everybody? Cynthia, you're the one in school cramming classes. 6 o'clock? It works for me.
The first and the third Monday of the month?
Or, oh, I just threw Monday out and then we'll do Tuesday and we'll just see what
Oh.
day works best. I mean, what about Tuesdays? What, is that Tuesday a good day? Okay, Tuesdays?
That's a better day for me.
Tuesday, it is for me too. So is it every other Tuesday then? 6 o'clock here?
I think so.
Does that work for you, Jordan? You're the one that has to commute in. I know, but
Yeah, that's fine with me. I can do that.
Carol,
I'm good with anything we've been doing.
just making it happen.
That's all I
huh?
do is keep from.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
all right. How about you, President?
I'm good any night. I don't have a life. Or a job.
Does that work
Well,
for
I
your
do, you're
staff,
cutting into it.
Jennifer?
No.
Can we do 4 o'clock?
I love 4 o'clocks.
Me too.
Okay,
Well,
good.
that's up to Vice President and
Oh,
Carol
that's
coming
fine.
in.
Yeah. 4 o'clock out.
I, you know, man, that's good. Well, I tell you, we can make it even 5, that just makes it worlds better, so I'm not.
A 5 is better than 6.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, we could do 5 and then I'm only ducking out of work for a little bit.
Well, you know what? So we're only at 2, a Tuesday. What about Wednesday? Is there a better day? Throughout the week, we have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday too.
I like to.
Thursdays, I have committee meetings.
Wednesday I got church.
So
I
Tuesdays
like
at
Tuesday.
5?
I mean, Wednesday
Wednesdays.
works better for me,
Yeah.
but our vice president couldn't do that.
Not Wednesdays, no.
Okay.
Wednesdays are out.
Okay.
So
I
Tuesdays?
like Tuesday.
Tuesdays at 5?
Wow, this is gonna be a whole new era.
What about
Okay.
4:30, Doc, and you can just be late?
Okay. Okay.
You just.
Why don't you, we never start on time.
Well, like, yeah, we never start
It'll
on
be the
time. By
first
the
and
time you
third?
get here,
Okay.
Why
we're still eating.
I was gonna say, why not eat at 4:30, meeting starts at
They
5.
won't,
Perfect.
they won't do
Eat
it.
at 4:30,
Won't
meeting
do it.
starts at 5.
Jen, we're gonna eat at 4:30,
And that works
meeting at
with our
5.
meds.
Okay, so the first and third Tuesday of the month. Would that work?
That works. The first
Okay.
and the third. Okay.
First and the third Tuesday. Third Tuesday.
And this is beginning next month?
Which is March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
March.
Well, I see star on
That
it.
first
Like March
Tuesday.
1st or March,
Yes.
March 7th?
Yeah.
Could do the first meeting?
March.
I can tell you.
7th.
Yay. That'll
yeah.
be really good.
Since
Have a
we had
standing meeting, so we know what
this
we're
is basically the
doing.
first, because the first is time. That'd be the first weekend.
Oh, that's right. So we need to start on the 3rd because this is basically the last day, it'd be the first of Monday. So it will be the next one, which would be,
The 2nd and the 4th.
No, the date would be the 4th, the 20.
7th and the 21st.
no,
21st. That's the third week, so you go on into.
Right, it would be
The
like
21st.
March the 14th, right?
no, they're doing it every week, right?
First, is it the first Tuesday of March, the second?
We're skipping a week. That would be the second week, so it'd be the 21st. That'd be the third week of that month. And after that, it'd be the first week of each month and the third week of each month.
Why don't we
On
just do
the
the 14th and the 28th, the second and the fourth Tuesday?
We have. Well, yeah, let's do
Yeah, they-
governmental affairs on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Second Tuesdays.
So we suggested we just go to the third one for March? And if we need
Right,
one, we
March
can do a
21st.
special.
All right.
Should be
23rd, 21st of March.
So
then,
next
huh?
one's
right.
March
4:30.
21st.
And then after that, it would be,
Then it'd be the first.
All right.
yeah,
Yeah.
which would be the fourth.
Did you
Okay.
get that one? No.
Cool, man, cool.
Another
Which will be
historic
in the-
step.
Sure will.
That'd be-
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. With that, our next item here is discussion and or action on Pawnee Indian Veterans Homecoming Site. And I see that President Spotted Horse Chief is here. Are you gonna present on that one, Pius? You wanna take a break at some point?
Well, good afternoon.
Maybe before
Council. Thank you
executive.
for having me.
executive session.
I just wanted to
Been here.
brief you on what the Veterans Organization is trying to do this year. The Veterans Organization has been working with the tribe here and with the property committee and trying to get a lot of things planned out, you know, because a lot of times I plan the dances over there in the city and the county, but this year planning on moving it out here to the tribe. So, and our plan is to have everything out here at the tribe. You know, like we want to have our dance out here. We want to have our parade out here. We want to have our pop chief one out here and just, you know, have everything out here, you know, because I know, I think it's time. You know, a lot of people have been talking about it over the years. There's past veterans organizations that talked about it, about bringing it out here to the tribe. I know a lot of people wanting to, and so I think now, we can actually do that now. Because we had a lot of questions and planning and stuff over this, process, and we went to, different, departments, throughout the tribes, through the PD, property committee, Jimmy and, Chris McCray. I just had a lot of, input in the, ED as well to try to, you know, plan everything out so we can have a, good dance this year, you know. And everything's gonna be different, you know, because this has never really been done before, but, you know, we're gonna try to make it happen. So I have a couple of slides here that I would like to show you for a plan that we have to kind of
share screen.
go over some planning part of it, and then I would just like to really get you guys' you know, opinions and input on this as far as having the dance out here over there. So this is the area where we was planning on having the powwow at here. We're gonna utilize the Moses Yellow Horse area, and then we're gonna have some generator lighting out there, because there's no electricity out there. So we're gonna use some generator lighting. We're gonna have a quiet generator for the MC stand. to power the, speaker, PA system. And, we're gonna utilize the BIA, parking lot there for all the elderly, the handicapped parking. That way that they can just walk straight to the, there, not to walk forward. You can go on the second one. And then, this is directly south of the, Moses Yellow Horse, field. We're gonna be cutting the, roads off there from property in Chris McCray. And we're gonna, have our food concession stands there to set up on that road there, and then we'll have our arts and crafts, set up in that little parking lot, there, and then we'll have, some, parking over there by the roundhouse as well. So we can utilize that parking area. Okay, the next one. And this is the parking lot back directly behind the building 64 in the college. That we can utilize some parking, space there, and then over there across the street from the roundhouse at Title 6, we can utilize that, parking space as well. And then the campgrounds area will utilize the campground, area over there. It's gonna be limited, this year, because there's no way that we're gonna, fit 60 to 65 family camps at the people over there at the,
Ball field.
city fairgrounds. Yes. So, we'll utilize this area here as much as we can to try to, accommodate as much as temporary as we can here in this area here. And then this is the, plan to have, our parade, that's gonna go to the tribe. We'll all line up over there by SAP and VAW and Building 1, you know, that, corner right there. We'll all line up there, and then we'll, go down south, and we'll either go left or right, and then we'll be able to have our little parade route that'll go to the tribe there, around Moses Yellow Horse, and around the roundhouse, and then on back around to the tribe and the VIA there, and then come back up north, and then we'll be done with the parade. And then we're gonna move that up to 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. instead of 12. But it gets really high. I about pass out every time there. So, and then, this is, it's kind of like what we kind of appointed, for the designated firework area, because I know that that was a question about fireworks and stuff. So you just kind of, cut them in this area because they pop fireworks there. I don't know if that's the time they do designated area.
It should be the other way, right?
They do it every year. So I just figured that's
But we're in room
Say
theater
as
now, right?
long as they
And
clean up and then we have to do that, and then we'll just a word out and let everybody know, hey, this is the designated area, the property fireworks, but we're gonna have to clean up after the sale as well. We're gonna have to. So, and then, so those would be the places, and then we got another one. And this was kind of, an option here is what we was kind of talking about, because like I said, you know, our little camping spot probably can accommodate about 30 families, depending on whose families they are, but there's some big families and some small families. So if
Folks, any questions of Pius? Sure.
This has been gathered through. Value that it can, memory and all that with the bad camps that they have currently. And that's really sad. It's unfortunate, but I think, like everything else, you know, change, right? We gotta change. And so this will be a temporary fix, and I know that Jimmy and Kelly said that team is working on that to get a ground, that's ground made available to the people. And it's unfortunate also that our land